Dzień dobry Państwu, Aleksander.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alexander Sikora. We have started the 13th edition of the Mazovia Development Forum. We just welcomed a large group of you at the main stage, and I have now moved on to the off stage to moderate the sessions here. Today from this stage we will hear some very important and interesting discussions. We will have some very interesting guests. I will only be moderating, supervising what is happening on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead of us we have a very interesting debate. Let me open the first one. Contemporary challenges. The first debate will be titled Somewhere Nearby or in the Very Center, Culture in the Face of Contemporary Challenges. This debate will be hosted by Madam Sylwia Maksim-Wójcicka, head of the Project Implementation Department in the area of Culture and Urban Renewal at the Mazovian Unit for the Implementation of EU Programs, and I invite her to join me on stage. An applause for our moderator. And let me move over to this part of the stage. Let me just add that we will have Magdalena Ulejczuk, Director of the Mazovian Institute of Culture, participating in the debate. Thank you for the applause. They're encouraging to all of our participants. Józefina Bartyzel, Head of the Communication Department at the Museum of Modern Art. Madam Zuzanna Cieślińska-Janik, Open Culture Specialist of the Digital Center Foundation. Ladies, I wish you a fruitful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies. It is my pleasure, and I am very pleased that we are opening the first day of the Mazovia Development Forum with a discussion about culture. We are on the off stage, but this is a good starting point for discussing culture and its place. I associate off with a space of freedom. I associate off with experimental theatre. I associate the word off with something unorthodox, out of the box, with experimenting, with experiencing. Off is invigorating for me. I hope that all the debates we will have on the off stage will attract a lot of participants. It is really worth participating in experiments, learning more, experiencing, triggering an interest in something that is non-mainstream, that is not mainstream but maybe should be mainstream. Everything that is happening now is this off part of culture, and everything is dependent on this non-standard pathway. We have already been introduced, ladies, so I won't repeat the introductions. Somewhere nearby or in the very center, culture in the face of contemporary challenges. A lot is going on at the moment. A month has already passed since the elections in Poland. We are all waiting for what the new reality will usher in. Beyond our eastern border, we have the conflict in Ukraine. There is still a dramatic situation on the Polish-Belarusian border. The tragedy of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is unfolding. At the same time, we are celebrating another anniversary of regaining independence. We have concert arenas filled at youth concerts. We are opening new cultural exhibitions and new museums. We continue to open new museums in Poland. Therefore, life is thriving. And how is culture doing in all of this? Józefina, I'd like to start with you. the name of your museum is the Museum of Modern Art. I associate it with contemporary art. How do you, in your work, in the work of the museum, and in your experience, how would you assess where we are with culture, where the museum is at this moment, and where we should be? To paraphrase, is a culture interfering with the reality? To paraphrase a motto of one of the Warsaw theatres. First of all, thank you for inviting me to join this honourable group of participants, and thank you for this question. I'm glad that you described our situation. I represent the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, and when we come to how I see our place in a world of challenges, then it's important to emphasize that our mission as a cultural institution is to promote, to disseminate contemporary art, modern art. We want to make it a tool for the better understanding of our world, and it also should contribute to building alliances between people. So a community is the basis of our operations. To discuss how we navigate this situation, how we deal with these immense challenges, well, we are lucky. We are an institution that for the last 18 years, or almost 19, has learned to be very agile and to adapt to the evolving reality. Different events took place in our headquarters. When the war in Ukraine broke out, on the very same night when that happened, we launched a solidarity center, which we called Sunflower. At the moment, this solidarity center is using EU funds. We're using the Internationale program funding. It's a 4-year-long program. And now we've just announced a meeting with a Palestinian artist. We wanted to create some space for discussing the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and different perspectives that you can take. We also cooperate with Poland, the Museum of Jewish History in Poland. We cooperate with them very closely. Culture has the tools to use art to fulfill these goals. We have a lot of artists who create in response to what is happening in our world. I'm giving you some examples from my own experience. We now have a Refugees Welcome exhibition, which is being organized with the Rescue Foundation. We want to create a charity fundraising event. The artists have donated their art. Now we want to exhibit what they have donated, so to give a glimpse of what is happening in contemporary art. But we want to raise funds for specific charity, humanitarian assistance activities for all those who are crossing the Belarusian border and need to contact the Refugee Support Center. I see that we have some very powerful tools. We also conduct research alongside our exhibitions, and we can check what is happening on an international level. In Portugal, when there was a widespread debate on decriminalizing abortion and women's rights, there was an important work of a female artist about the failed abortions conducted outside of hospitals in the grey zone. This sparked a public debate, and it also had a symbol. It had that painting, that work of art as its face. There was a referendum in Portugal, and all in all, abortion was decriminalized, depenalized. And it was pointed out that an artist, the artist who created the painting and used her art to depict this issue, had an important role that she played in this process, because it sparked a debate that introduced change, and her art was very unique. Today is the first day of the forum. We are on the off stage, but we are in fact in the very center, in an institution that will open up in the close future in the very center. Also, smaller institutions, smaller initiatives have an equally powerful role to play, and I really root for the Mazovian Institute of Culture. I can see how it cooperates with creators, with artists, with us, and this is very exceptional. Therefore, I see this happening on many levels. Thank you. Let's move down an inch in the local hierarchy to the regions, the Mazovian Institute of Culture. We met 2 years ago, Madam Director. We met at a debate on culture as well. That happened amid the pandemic. We only had cameras in the room, no audiences. We had to speak to an empty room, which is a bit unsatisfactory, but still we outlined new pathways that culture can take to increase its level of professionalization. So, Madam Director, what does it mean to create culture on a local level? How can we support what is happening on the local level? Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to represent a unit of the Mazovian local government and a regional institution of culture. Our institution is trying to cover the largest possible area of Mazovia with our operations. We try to use artistic work, we organize cultural events. We try to boost our presence in Mazovia and support those institutions that do not have that many funds at their disposal. We also attempted to create a lot of supportive and training activities. We have the team of the Mazovian Observatory of Culture, which is monitoring all the processes, and it is trying to identify any changes in culture in the region of Mazovia. During the pandemic, when we met here, it was a sad time, but I personally work in culture because I find interpersonal relations very important. So nevertheless, although it was an empty room in front of us, I was happy to meet with others and to discuss culture. We also conducted studies during the pandemic and tried to assess the pandemic impact on institutions and staff of those institutions of culture. To us and to those to respondents, this had a twofold effect. On the one hand, we had a dramatic situation unfolding before us. Institutions of culture, which were those spaces open to that made it possible for small localities, towns and villages to conduct their life. Those institutions required a lot of support, but they were treated as the least important. Health was a priority at that time. Infrastructure was much more important than such centers, and they felt as if they were pushed away to the sidelines. We conducted those studies to reflect on their place in the cultural sector. After the study and the findings and conclusions that were discussed, we put forward an informal postulate. It was supported by NGOs and by cultural institutions staff, those who work under civil law contracts which have no insurance but work locally to promote culture. They put forward the postulate to professionalize our profession. We cannot be afraid of calling for salaries which help us live a dignified life. Of course, we need healthcare, we need access to drugs, we need road infrastructure. But the next important need of every human being is to create a community, and who does that best? Institutions of culture. That's what we think. And when you discussed what culture did over the last 2 years during these crises, you touched upon so many issues. This is happening on multiple levels. Those who are promoting culture and working for culture identify all the emerging changes. They're like a litmus strip. The staff of our sector can anticipate the trends that will emerge in our sector, and pro-environmental actions, social gardens. We have a green patrol. We have a whole section of the Museum for Climate. As you've said, this is very important to us. We have a deaf graphic designer who has opened our eyes to the culture of those who have hearing impairments. This is a very large group of people who can use cultural infrastructure, but they do not do that frequently because they do not have that many opportunities. There are therefore many issues, many areas, and we're happy to explore new areas.
Ważne są relacje.
You've said that these are the relationships that are important and the connection between them. What would happen if we didn't have such a virtual connection in culture? We live in a virtual life, and what Magda has just said, that the pandemic showed us that this virtual world exists, and we, the people of culture, need to find our place in it. How do we do it? Basing on my own experience for over a dozen years in the unit of implementation of EU programs and funds, we've been carrying out projects related to digitalization of collections, making them available on the internet, etc. Well, it's not always working well. I'm not always very happy about this. Sometimes it's difficult to find something on internet. So on one hand, we have tools, we know that they exist, but on the other hand, we lack idea how to use it in order to attract users. So how is it really working? What does the Digital Center Foundation is working? What do they do? I'm very happy that I can be here and talk about this, especially the workshop of opening of culture, which forms part of the foundation, focuses on the support of culture in many areas in a wise way. So this is what you are saying about. We are thinking why we need digitalization. Why do we do it? How to create a good strategy of digitalization? What are the needs of our recipients? Are they our recipients, or they want to enter into kind of interaction with us? Maybe they want to influence what we are digitalizing. We are also cooperating with other institutions through a project and process of digitalization. We are working with different authors who do it, and we are always asking ourselves why, what sources do we need, do we use? And I do agree with Józefina and Magdalena have just said, because we as the digital center, as a research center, because we also do research and we cooperate internationally, we can see that the paradigm is changing. So the institutions who are safeguarding some resources and were showing what's valuable or not, what should be followed, is now facing transition into a provider of more interactive, participatory situations. I'm referring to this culture 3.0. This is the culture based on stewardship, which means taking care of resources of collections in a very sustainable, civil way. So the first rule, that this is the society who has access to these collections, and they decide, society decides what should be digitalized. These participatory models are more and more present. For me, the model museum, as Manchester Museum, led by Esma Ward, the director, who started a 18-month-long project, Hello Future, as a result of which they are going to create a museum which will be the most inclusive cultural institution in the world. And let me give you some examples. For instance, they are creating exhibition rooms constructed completely by local Asian community. They provide a therapeutic room for art therapy with youngsters. They also rent their space for co-working, for ecological, sustainable communities, and they are thinking how a cultural institution, how the museum should take care of the society and answer their real needs. And I think this is a huge mission of institutions right now. As you've said, the institutions need to read this need, so they unite the society and its different spheres and answer their needs. Yes, I remember a National Ethnographic Museum when it was getting open after a big renovation a couple of years ago. It was financed to a big extent by a European Commission. So there was a space that was open. It was entitled Space for Children. It was 8 or 10 years ago. At that time, it was something so modern, so innovative. And I'm very happy that we don't stop there, but we take a step further. So we have these narrative institutions, and this is what is not important, is how to show the object, but how to use this space and this modernity. This is what is important, especially the museum, as we've just talked about. We are going to open this Museum of Contemporary Art. I keep my fingers crossed. So I'm very interested how this new building, very beautiful to me, in the very center of Warsaw. So in the very center, as entitled our session, how it will reflect this city structure. Do you have an idea what you are influenced by? Yes, this idea of a participatory and inclusive museum. Thank you for enumerating it, because this is very important to us. I would like to invite you all to the big opening that will take place next autumn next year. It's still a construction site, but you can already see how the building looks like. And to us, the museum, which is a social area, which is working, is very important for us. Okay, we don't see it at the moment because we are passing by the building only, but when we remove fences, you will see that the entire ground floor is finished with glass, so we will be able to see the theater studio and the Filat Square. So the idea was to have this ground floor fully social. Being there will be free of charge, and the exhibitions that will be hosted there, then these will be accessible exhibitions, also visible from outside, and this will be space that we will share, especially with other culture institutions or NGOs, because we work with activist societies a lot, because we will have resources, we will have auditorium, educational room, also a lot of devices and know-how, and our employees who will be there. So our program team has developed, together with social council, for example, we've invited people from some foundations or some seniors who participate in our council. So this council will have an advisory role. We'll be showing which institutions can be hosted by us. These institutions will be able to apply for this space, and we, free of charge, will make it available. We believe that the museum is a public and financed by public money institution, so we are open to our public, and of course we are taking care of educational issues. This is also our core activity. However, it's important to us that we are also a meeting place, that we are creating cultural events and initiate events that by many institutions that don't have their own premises with experiences, because we've been moving a lot during past 19 years, and now we are privileged, we have beautiful buildings, so we want to share it. Where I can't wait the opening. But the Museum of Contemporary Art is located in the very center of Warsaw, and it will be attracting communities from big city. But Mazovia is not only Warsaw. So how about using possibilities, modern possibilities, in your area? You, as the Mazovia Fund institution, you are kind of green light, and you're leading the way to other institutions. You support them, you show them where to go. So how to promote locally culture, how to make it available and interesting to other in other cities, for example, Siedlce, Płock, Płońsk. What do you do? What do you promote? What do you suggest? Well, let me start with the smallest, most tiny cities and towns, because one of our activities in our institutions a Mazovia program of cultural education. It's funded by the Mazovia office, and within this program, within the scope of this program, we visit villages and we create artistic residences or stays there. We usually meet the head, the mayor of a village, and these are mostly women, and we send their person who's an artist or a professional culture animator, and they are working for several weeks, cooperating and trying to get the most valuable information and art from the society, and really incredible things appear. There are some old women who say, for example, that in the past they used to have very artistic activities, and now the young women also want to do it in order to follow this tradition. This is also very rewarding work. We are very satisfied about this. And in some bigger cities, we usually manage to diagnose, to find a leader, a local leader, is a person who works in a culture center or at school, or somebody, and a young person who's just graduated from studies in Warsaw, returned to her smaller city. And this person is attracting other people, creating kind of community. For example, amateur theaters. For example, we have a theater festival in Garwolin where Izabela Rękawek is one of the persons who's been animating the local society for years. So both youngsters and adults, because there are many age groups who do this amateur theater, they present their own initiatives on their own. So this is kind of snowball, we've just planted the grain and then it's growing. We also have supporting programs, for example, for persons who want to do theater professionally in small cities. We have a 2-year course who's educating animators or persons who want to do theater in their local areas. And so this is kind of impulse that starts a local activity. For example, the members of such activities are the next students of theater schools. Well, when I'm listening to this, I've just thought about the Peasants, the movie that has just been screened in our cinemas. So in this movie we have this connectivity of we have this match of different techniques, so we can reach both the young and the old. So I'm just wondering how we can combine it all. How can we make all these offers available for people who are distant? So how shall we inform about this? How not to commit errors that we used to commit in the past? We are just starting new perspective. We had a competition for new cultural offer ahead of us, of support of initiatives, cultural initiatives. We will be electing new Minister of Culture soon. So everything is about to start again. So what can, please give me a piece of advice. How can we use what we have in order to be in the very center? Well, the answer to this question is very complex, but what we suggest is the study of needs. Well, of course, it depends on the scale of institutions, so it doesn't need to be a very expensive and big research that involves months of collecting of answers. We just recommend being curious, so within our own possibilities, try to meet the needs of persons that we want to reach. Well, we've been also saying a lot about the virtual and non-virtual world, but they are interconnecting these two worlds. We don't have online or offline world, because we might see something live or we might see something on screen, but it is done online and just screened, So we are just recommending institutions to follow tendencies, but prudently, because these tendencies are kind of direction to a certain need. However, these tendencies don't usually answer very well these needs. So we should also be looking for simplicity so that it is sustainable, but also that it answers real needs. For example, the need of being in relationship, of creation of community, so that the institutions don't only show their collections, but take care of relations themselves, basing on their collections. So I think that the key message is to look deeply into the needs that stand behind the tendencies and that stand behind what our spectators tell us.
Jaką panie widzicie potrzebę teraz?
Ladies, what need do you see? What is most important? If we were to sum up this discussion with what we should be focusing on, what would you identify for culture to be in the very center? You've discussed the changes ahead of us, probably at the Ministry of Culture, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed for that. What I have in mind is the redistribution of funds. The ministry would channel funds to some very odd and strange foundations. Still, I know what the needs are in Mazovia. So even small amounts are channeled to local organizations with a low number of staff, just administrative and one cultural member of staff. Such micro grants can change the local reality. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the new Ministry of Culture. I absolutely join you in keeping my fingers crossed for the new ministry. I hope for a better redistribution of funds. I would also add, thinking about space. There is a lot of institutions in Warsaw even that do not have a space of their own, a space for their headquarters. From our perspective, what we think is most vital is to get to know our audience as best as possible, as this group will be expanding. We are preparing a number of studies to diagnose needs. We've been working in a research collective, a sort of consortium, and we've been diagnosing these needs, but we know that this will have to be scaled up. One more thing that would definitely not be harmful to us is to deburden our organizations from non-cultural tasks. We often have to fulfill certain political and social tasks. It would be great to focus just on culture. That's why we're on the off stage. The off stage is a space of freedom. That is what I wish to all of you, freedom in the nearest future. Thank you for discussing culture, ladies, because a discussion is about culture is a discussion about all of us. I think I may say that we, as we're gathered here, and you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we can all say that culture is the very center. It's the heart of us. I encourage you to visit museums, exhibitions, to go to concerts, to go to libraries, to listen to music, because that is where our society is forged. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for this discussion.
Serdecznie.
We thank you, ladies, for outlining the pathway for the offstage. You've started us off. You're kicked off the offstage for the others. So take a seat comfortably in the audience. And let me just remind you that we had a debate moderated by Madam Sylwia Maksim-Wójcicka, Magdalena Ulejczyk, Director of the Mazovian Institute of Culture, Józefina Bartyzel, Head of the Communication Department at the Museum of Modern Art, and Madam Zuzanna Cieślińska-Janik, Open Culture Specialist at the Digital Center Foundation, participated in the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will keep up the pace of our event because at 11:50 we will have another debate titled Regional Development Funds as a Catalyst for the Transformation of Voivodeships. I invite you to join us at this debate. Let me add that during this discussion we will find out how regional development funds stimulate the modernization of voivodeship economies, how they drive economic growth of our specific regions. Let me underline that 2 p.m. sharp, we will find out who is the winner of the European Funds Leaders. I encourage you to join us virtually and also in person at the Legia Stadium. I encourage all participants to join us, and please join us again at 11 or 10 to 12 for the next next debate of the 13th edition of the Mazovia Development Forum.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alexander Sikora. I invite you to the second debate of the 13th edition of the Mazovia Development Forum. That's another interesting debate ahead of us. I will be repeating this over and over again, that this event is created by people. People first and foremost, people who share their knowledge, their experience, and we will have a lot of knowledge and experience shared on this stage. I would like to pay tribute to all those who have participated in this event and are here with us in the audience. This development is titled Regional Development Funds as a Catalyst for the Transformation of Voivodeships. During this discussion, we will be discussing the dynamic transformation of these voivodeships. The participants of our panel will showcase the successes and the challenges connected with implementing the financial instruments that support the development of voivodeships. I have the pleasure that this debate will be moderated by Mr. Mariusz Jan Radło, PhD, Professor of the Economics School in Warsaw. Mr. Professor, welcome. Please keep up the applause. The applause always emphasizes that we're doing something important here. Jakub Bilnik, President of the Management Board of the Mazovian Regional Loan Fund, will also participate in this discussion. Welcome, Mr. President. Maciej Wejman, PhD of the Regional Development Fund of the Łódź Voivodeship, is another participant of our discussion. Yes, please shake hands. And without further ado, I wish you a fruitful discussion. I will see you in a bit. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of moderating the panel on regional development funds. We kicked off with a discussion about culture in the previous panel. Now we're moving on to financial issues. Finance is also part of our life, though not as important as culture. I would like to welcome Mr. Bilnik and Mr. Wejman, who will participate in this discussion. Let us take our seats. Let me give you a brief introduction. Some time ago, I had the pleasure of leading the Mazovia 2.0 program. As part of this program, we outlined the concept of the Mazovian Development Fund. This concept was put forward as a concept for implementation by our management board. The concept was about transforming the Mazovian Regional Loan Fund, the president of whom is with us today. This process is pending. In many voivodeships, it needs to be said, these regional development funds are already present. To tell you how they function, let me just say that voivodeships get EU funds. They get grants, and they also allocate some of the funding to financial instruments, that is, to loans or to other financial instruments. These financial instruments have to be returned at some point, and there is some interest calculated for them. That means that the EU funds, which have been invested by businesses, by other entities operating in a region, come back to the voivodeship. They are returned, refunded at some point, and they become national funds. These are not EU funds anymore. Many entities have already availed themselves of these funds. They have created large, or maybe just, let me say, big management institutions, and they manage about 800 million Polish zlotys, up to 1 billion Polish zlotys. And there are also smaller funds that manage about 30 million Polish zlotys. We have 13 such funds. 3 voivodeships have yet to establish such funds. The Mazovian fund is operating in our region. It is being created at the moment, and it has the capacity to become an important financial management institution. But before I move on to discussing its evolution, I have a question to Mr. Weyman, the president of the Regional Development Fund of the Łódź Voivodeship. Mr. President, what is the role of your fund in shaping the development policy of the Łódź Voivodeship? We have to bear in mind that the funds are owned in a 100% by the local governments, the local authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The role of our fund, and not just of our fund, because as the professor said, we have 13 such funds and 3 are being developed, is becoming more and more significant. To some extent, we shape the development of voivodeships. Voivodeships receive funds from many different sources, but they also receive the return of funds from perspectives of different, of funds coming from different financial perspectives, 2017-2023 among them. The returned EU funds come back to the voivodeship. They are not returned to Brussels, and they become national funds. So every voivodeship retains those funds in their budgets. We had the 2 financial perspectives, 2007-2013 and 2014. There was also the previous one, 2004-2006, but that was a different time. So the first financial perspective, 2007-2013, the funds have been returned and already distributed in all 13 voivodeships. These funds are allocated to ad hoc intervention-like activities. And these funds are channeled to very selected areas of business and industry. Those that we can support at a given point in time, we call them fast outcomes. We don't need any additional consents, or we can just use our committees or boards to cooperate with the local authorities and to channel the funding to selected businesses and areas of the economy. As I've said, it's very important for voivodeships to have access to additional funds in the form of refundable funding, because these will be circulating on an ongoing basis. If we have a non-refundable grant, it cannot be a revolving grant. Therefore, for us, it's most important to keep those funds circulating, keep them revolving. We grant a loan, we receive a return of those funding. So it's a circular cycle of funds use. And that's the most important role of our fund, to support businesses by granting refundable loans. Yes, we've talked about these 2 financial perspectives, 2007-13, 2014-2020. We have funds being returned to us. Development funds, as we've estimated, had 3.6 million Polish zlotys. In the next decade, this amount will go up to 10 or maybe more billions of Polish zlotys that will continue to be circulated. This is important in the perspective of the exhaustion of non-refundable support when we become a net payer in the European Union, and that will probably come soon. Let me, however, move on to our next speaker, Mr. Bilnik. Mr. President, please tell us to what extent and who can become a client of such a fund. What is the advantage of such a fund over the offer of other financial market actors? We say that such funds operate in a financial gap. They reach out to entities that cannot acquire funding and capital in the normal market. Recently, the Development Fund has created an investment strategy. Could you elaborate? Could you tell us more about how businesses and other entities can use the offer of the fund?
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for this question. The main recipients, beneficiary of our funds are small and medium enterprises. Of course, within these refundable funds, we don't dispose such funds that we can finance big or very big, large companies. However, our voivodeship aims at supporting small and medium enterprises. Sometimes these are quite big businesses because, as we know by definition, the medium-sized enterprise can employ up to 250 employees and have a kind of big turnover. And as a society, up to 2 billion zloty of year turnover. What's the advantage? Well, these funds, from the two perspectives we've just mentioned, translate into over 100 million euro. They are at our clients' hands, let's say, in loans, but the main advantage over bank loans that also offer financing, or who, for example, offer bonds too. So this advantage translates into the fact that we offer financing with a public help. As we know, the capital has its price, or the price of the money on the market. Nonetheless, in the programs created by voivodeships, we assume some varieties of financing. Of course, at the market price of money, of currency, but for certain groups of beneficiaries or for certain solutions that need special support, we create financing with public help. For example, so the price of financing is slightly lower than the market one. If I may add, from my own experience from our fund, well, of course we don't provide financing to entrepreneurs who are not able to repay these loans, because this would be wasting the money. They wouldn't achieve its goal. Entrepreneur who isn't able to repay the loan would go bankrupt and the money would disappear and wouldn't have any effect. But we are more flexible comparing to banks as far as loans and guarantees or underwriting is concerned. For example, the entry into the mortgage book. We assume we allow for combination of different guarantees, for example, the mortgage or the personal guarantee and other, or expropriation of properties and others. These are chief advantages of this mechanism of financing. Of course, somebody might ask, if we are financing projects at the price that is lower than the money's price, then we are losing these funds. Well, yes, indeed, we do, especially now when we are facing the times of high inflation, because the price of money reflects inflation that we have at the moment. We have some official rates, referential rate established by the National Bank of Poland. It's been a very famous case recently. However, if we prepare financing below this rate, of course adding some risk margin, then when we have several circles, then we lose some money. But once again, basing on my general market experience, some funds have losses. Of course, in our portfolio that we are building, we are taking care of, we don't have such losses. Our entrepreneurs are repaying the loans. However, coming back to the interest rate, sometimes entrepreneurs ask us why the price of loan is the one that we are presenting. As far as these refundable funds are concerned, it is the European Commission that establishes cost of such loan. We have a regulation from the beginning of 21st century by the European Commission, which says that once over some time, each country has its own rate of financing. And it is due for this period of time. It reflects more or less inflation in a given country. So when we have a look at the euro area, these interest rates are lower. So so the advantage of being within the eurozone is the fact that they have cheaper financing. However, also these countries differ from each other comparing their inflation level. So this this rate is also adjusted to their inflation. I don't know whether I answered your question or not. Well, this is not an exam. I will not be evaluating you. However, we have our book of grades. Okay, let me bring some takeaways from this part. So the capital that the development fund can offer is lower than entrepreneur would pay on the free market. And we know that it is operating in some areas preferred by the policy of voivodeship development or financing gap, when he's not able to get this loan in traditional conditions on the market. I know that there were some studies done by some regional institutions about the damage that the funds bring, and it turned out that even though these are the entrepreneurs from financial gap and the cost is lower, and these entrepreneurs are uncertain sometimes, but well, these losses, these damages are lower comparing to bank clients, which is an advantage for these development funds. Now I have a question to Mr. Weyman. These funds are working on their own, independently lend money, but we also have funds that operate in direct models. They don't offer loans on their own, but they announce tenders and they find institutions that give such loans. So what's the situation in such an ecosystem, financial ecosystem? Do you have competence or cooperation? What's the fund's role here? Do they compete with banks on the financial market, or they are contemporary to their offer? How does the cooperation of funds with other institutions look like, with implementing institutions? First of all, I want to say that the funds shouldn't compete with such implementing institutions, because it would be simply pointless. Now we have new perspective 21 plus. Of course, it was switched because of COVID-19 and war in Ukraine. It was postponed to 2023. However, we as funds should have additional non-competitive offer to the institutions that have these implementing instruments. And I would also like to say that more and more financing instruments appear in this new perspective, more instruments than donations, than fundings. Now we have around 60% of refundable instruments and 40% of subventions of funds. This in our voivodeship, so it shows how refundable funds will be retained in a given structure, in a given country. So when we had some funds financing, for example, infrastructure into certain sectors, for example, roads, tangible assets that cannot, so this money cannot be returned, then we are following a different direction. These instruments and financial loans is kind of big. Do we compete with banks? In a sense, yes, but let's keep in mind that banks are operating on, basing on economic economic equity. And we are working in a pro bono system. We don't, of course, we have to do due diligence when giving these financial instruments, because as you've said, we cannot allow for the situation when this money disappears. As far as models are concerned, we have a lot of them. Some funds have direct and others indirect ones. Indirect means that we use financial intermediaries. On one hand, this is a good solution because some voivodeships, if they didn't have implementing institutions or intermediaries or agencies, they don't need to create it. And if they don't need to create it, then a voivodeship has his personal cost and the cost of creation of the entire team, analysts, marketers, etc., because it needs to be marketed too. And let's keep in mind that the awareness of refundable instruments of the European Union is very low in Poland. That's why sometimes we have a problem of selling of this capital, and the absorption of this capital in our country is frankly low. So it's very important that funds promote also their activities, that they say, we are here for you, entrepreneurs. You can get a cheaper capital and instruments that are often more competitive than bank instruments, because as Mr. President said, this banking path is more difficult than in our situation. We take decisions more quickly than banks. We are more flexible. Our losses faced, it's between 1 and 2%, and in banks, in commercial banks, it might be at the level of 10%. Banks don't worry about this because they have higher costs for the money management, so it's more expensive. So are we complementary to banks? Yes. And as far as financial intermediaries are concerned, when we choose such an intermediary who is giving these instruments in our name, then this is the price that is the most important factor. So the loss of the highest path of building this portfolio is the most important one. So sometimes it's more advantageous for a mayor or for a head of a voivodeship, because building this regional fund from scratch, when we need to introduce all the procedures, will take more time and these losses will be higher. And if a certain voivodeship didn't have such a fund, then it's good to introduce a direct model. Some voivodeships have direct models too, and these regional funds were based on some development agencies or other institutions already existing. The procedures were already ready, and they had possibilities to implement these funds. That's why in some voivodeships it was making sense. In our voivodeship, we created a new regional fund from scratch, based on announcement of tenders. We've chosen a financial intermediary, and this intermediary gives loans in our name. So as I've said, it depends. We don't have just one method, which is the best one or no. Well, what's important is time. Time was a decisive factor in the context of the quality of portfolio we have created. Thank you very much.
You've discussed the complementarity between the offer of the fund and intermediaries. And moving on to this topic, I have a question to Mr. Bielnik. When you design your investment strategy for your development fund, you certainly focused on what is being offered at a given time, what will be offered by a local government as part of the new funds provided by the EU to Mazovia. A large part of those funds is allocated to refundable funding. Please tell me, how do you design the offer of the fund in the context of the current offer of your local authority? This is not about offering the same instruments which are already available, because then the supply will be excessive and EU and local instruments will overlap. In this case, it is most vital to diagnose the needs of a voivodeship. There are publications which are generally available. They're available at the websites of the voivodeship authorities. We conducted research at the local government level. On the basis of this needs diagnosis, we assess the financial gap. The financial gap is present in different product or functional areas, in different sectors of the economy that we are supporting. In the case of products, this is about liquidity, investment, mortgage products. A product for startups is another example. This gap, well, I can't tell you from memory how much it covers, but it is more than 10 million of Polish zlotys. That's how much SMEs are lacking to fulfill their needs. We can estimate that SMEs in Mazovia could absorb in other areas between over 110 to 500, 600 million Polish zlotys as refundable support. After we conduct such a diagnosis of needs, we can start planning out our own offer, that is, our investment strategy. An investment strategy is drafted for many years, for more than 10, for 20, 30 years. Some products have a lifetime of 10 or even 20 years. I recall from our corporation that we granted energy loans for thermal modernization, and those are repaid over a period of 20 years. Therefore, when we plan, we have to adopt the right time perspective. Of course, we look at what is available on the market, and when we do that, we need to take into account the available grants. We don't want these instruments to clash with one another, to collide with one another, but to supplement each other. We look at the loan offer available on the market. It has been mentioned that grant instruments and refundable instruments can be combined. We have such a plan for this new perspective 2021-2027 to have such combined instruments, to combine the grant and the refundable part of the support. We don't have ready products at this point in time, but most probably we will have some sort of loan. Part of it will be cancelled in terms of refunding it, and part of it will be refundable. This will help meet the investment goals of the person who takes out the loan. And some of the capital will stay with the entity that took out the loan. I hope I've answered your question. If there are any other questions, I will be happy to take them. Of course, the audience is also invited to ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, do you have any questions? Hello, I wanted to ask about the credit worthiness calculated for entities taking out loans. The loss ratio is lower, so what is this about? Better criteria in terms of banks? Let me phrase it this way. We conduct an in-depth assessment of every client. We have a lot of analysis tools at the moment. Most of them are simple, but we can also obtain information from institutions about potential entities taking out loans. This is based on a behavioral analysis. If an entity did not repay their loan, or we have some information about that person in the registry of debtors and defaulting entities, then we can assess that there is a risk of defaulting in the repayment of a loan. Therefore, it is most important to assess the capacity to repay a loan, the most classic loan analysis. In our case, it is based on a not too complex program. We input the data, we receive a result. Of course, it's very important to input the right data and to verify the entered data. And this is where we have to focus on the skills of our staff. Depending on the assumptions we adopt, we will get different results. The knowledge and the experience of our employees is a guarantee of applying the correct data in the system and obtaining the right results. And this is what works in real life. Thank you for this answer. We have the year 2023. It's the 13th Mazovia Development Forum. The current EU financial perspective will be implemented in full by 2030. And at the 20th Mazovia Development Forum, we will be summing up the situation in Poland. I have a question to you, as President, Mr. Weimann. How do you see the situation in 2030? And a question to Mr. Bielnik. How do you see the situation of the Mazovian Regional Loan Fund in 2030, taking into account the current perspective, but also taking the liberty to unleash your imagination? Succinctly and to the point, our funds will be stronger, they will have more resources, they will be converted into regional investment banks. There's a bright future ahead of them. And another thing, voivodeships and local authorities must have the tool, which is the regional investment bank. To give you my perspective, I've already mentioned that the funds are running out slowly. At some point, Poland will become a net payer. We will stop receiving money from the EU. We have to start chipping in. The local authorities of the voivodeship will have to start thinking about where to acquire the financial resources to support these funds. We're talking about providing financing below the reference interest rate. Well, this eventually will lead to a situation where we will run out of funding. But there are tried and testing mechanisms, so what I call the loan granting machine. All we need is to fuel it with the right amount of funds. The question is, where will these funds come from? I cannot give you an answer and reach out so far into the future. By 2030, we will probably have seen a natural process of evolution and a different source of funding being acquired. Adopting a broad perspective, yes, we will have to acquire external funding. At this point in time, we can conclude that supporting this system in the future must be based on using regional development systems in the future. Maybe that will be constituted by regional investment banks. I would like to thank Mr. Weimann and Mr. Bielnik and you, ladies and gentlemen, for this debate and for your attention. Thank you very much for this debate, which was so informative for us. I have the pleasure of saying that we had Mr. Jakub Pilnik, President of the Management Board of the Mazovian Regional Development Fund, with us. We had Mr. Maciej Wejman, Regional Development Fund of the Łódź Voivodeship. The discussion was moderated by Mariusz Jan Radło, Professor of the Economic University in Warsaw. Thank you, gentlemen, for this very informative discussion, and I encourage you to join us on the upcoming events, of which we will have a lot on this stage of the 13th edition of the Mazovia Development Fund. Let me check the time. In just under 15 minutes, at 40 minutes past noon, we will kick off our next discussion about the initial stage of developing one's business. We will be talking about startups. And then on the main stage, we will have a discussion about environmental neutrality, the energy transformation and developments of cities and regions. Gentlemen, please join us in the audience and take a comfortable seat. Let me remind you that we have many more interesting discussions coming up on our off stage. 20 to 1 p.m. will be the start of our next interesting debate, and I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Dzień dobry Państwu, kłaniam się ponownie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. See you once again. My name is Alexander Sikora. I can see that we have a lot of new people here in our audience, so let me introduce you once again. Thank you for your engagement in the creation of the 13th Development Forum of Mazovia. Let's start the third debate that will be interesting for many people, because I believe that there are a lot of people who inspired by this debate or maybe in their history they will decide to just quit their present life, professional life, and start their own business activity. This is the next debate entitled Your Own Business Within Your Capabilities. Let's talk about startups. The discussion will be hosted by Adrian Migan, President of the Management Board of the Technology Incubator and Youth Business Poland Foundation. Mr. Migan, the floor is yours. Hello. As well as Mr. Agata Bona, Manager of the Bielański Entrepreneurial Integrator, and Mr. Paweł Gudro, the Project Manager, Incubator of the University of Warsaw, who will be also with us. Hello. Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is yours at off time. I wish you a fruitful and full of information discussion. 1, 2, 3. Let me welcome you once again. Today we will be discussing entrepreneurship and startups. Whether it is easy to start own business activity. We will also discuss several programs that support entrepreneurship. So what kind of support can we use? As well as we will discuss the topic whether the development of own business activity is easy, and is it for everyone? Is it within our capabilities, or whether the people who are developing their own companies are superhumans in the Polish deal? In the present time in Poland, we know that around 75% go bankrupt within 3 years after its operation start. There are some statistics saying that every 10th startup succeeds, and investors take the factor that every one per 100 startups can bring them return on the investment. So now I would like to talk to Madam Agata Bona, the manager of the Bielański Entrepreneurial Integrator. This is the first city district co-work in Poland, and apart from this, Agata is experienced in the business sector. She used to be, and she is a mentor and a trainer in startups. We also have Paweł Gudro with us from the incubator of the University of Warsaw, the creator of the startup, the Assistant of Gratitude. So Paweł is supporting the beginning entrepreneurs in the University of Warsaw, but he is also developing startup in his own company. Okay, so let's go to the questions. Let's start with the definition. What is a startup? Can you hear me? Yeah, what's startup? Would anyone like to give me the definition? Well, usually we assume a certain definition. You've given us statistics for technological startups. So the marketplaces or kind of technical ones. So this technological item allows them for a quick scale up. However, we in startups are working within a very broad scope. We have a broader definition. These are not only companies that have this technological component that enables them to scale up quickly globally, but these are also companies who have just been started, created, and they are looking for a model to earn money in a good way. These can be just, regular companies, not necessarily applications. So I would like to have a broader definition of startup. I don't know, Paweł, whether you agree. Yes, definitely yes. When I have consultations with young entrepreneurs who have ideas for their own business, so they come to me and they say, we need to have an application. And then my team or me reply them, no, not necessarily. Think broadly. Think about this innovation in a way that will change part of processes, will become innovative, and show it to your audience. The application can be created in the future. First, test it on the basic level. Yes, indeed. It is said that applications should streamline certain business process or should solve a problem in a more efficient, quicker, or cheaper way, so to improve processes. And a lot of people are trying to develop applications. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes no. My question is, how do you see this market of young startups and startuppers? Is it developing? Do we have our domestic successes, these unicorns, who succeed not only in Poland but also internationally? Well, if we look at this in the narrow way, when we measure technological startups, yes, we do have our unicorn. We have a startup which is priced over $1 million, which is called Dog Planner. In the past, it was called Znany Lekarz, a famous doctor. The second one is Booksy. Do you know it? Yeah, it's an absolute hit. If you choose your esthetician, do you use Booksy? Yes. Okay, so it is entering different markets. So it is managing all the reservations and the bookings. What else do we have? We have cybersecurity startups and AI startups. But if we measure these startups only in these categories, then this data isn't very, very big. We are still chasing the development markets. If we measure it by investment rounds or exits, we as Warsaw or Poland, we are not a huge market. But our potential lays in something different. It is this entrepreneurship in the broader sense. We don't need to be a technological startup. We can start at casual business activity, for example, educational activity. So maybe let's support this entrepreneurship in this way. And here, do you know how many companies do we have in Warsaw? Around 500,000. And every year, the number of new companies, regardless pandemic, is growing. A lot of companies get suspended or get closed. However, this dynamics of new entities is growing. And this is a big market to be taken care of. And maybe we can allow ourselves for more, because these startuppers employ people, pay taxes, and they create our reality. So how does this offer for the beginning startuppers look like, or beginning entrepreneurs look like? Are there a lot of programs that support them? I have an experience that there are a lot of support programs for startups, innovative ones, that can get financing from several hundred thousand to several million zlotys from National Research Center or other centers. But I feel that we lack programs, financial support programs for the beginning entrepreneurs. If we look, for example, at companies like CCC, Obuwie, or some other companies like InPost or some textile companies, these are big businesses that were created on the market, and their innovations aren't, shocking. And people who have an idea for such a business, for example, they want to start to run a courier company or something else, can they get any support on the market? Let me begin, please. Let's be frank. I am consulting mostly all the ideas for startups, so increasing these soft skills within startuppers is important. I know from my experience that we will not be able to do everything by our own. We need to know how to cooperate with others, how to communicate with others, how to communicate our idea for business, how to acquire hypothetical clients and partnerships. So I believe, speaking from this meta level, that the networking in its broad sense brings a lot of value. Also, the sharing of this networking, consulting ideas, going out of our boxes, our horizons of our business. Okay, I'll go into detail. What kind of challenges do entrepreneurs have when they come to your consultations? Because you can support mentoring or trainings, but what are the biggest challenges of people you are working with on an everyday basis? In Bielański Entrepreneurial Integrator, we've designed services taking into consideration needs of entrepreneurs. We have 3 groups of entrepreneurs who visit us. The first one wants to start a company. They go to district office and do the documentation work there, and they ask questions that cannot be answered by clerks from the office. For example, what kind of taxes I should choose? As you know, this is a difficult topic. There have been a lot of changes, and I remember that our experts from the council from advisory council of taxes and accounting were getting crazy how to advise on taxes in this new Polish deal, and so that all pays off. So our tax system, our legal system is quite difficult, and we need experts to work on it. So from the office, they are being directed to our taxes advisors, because I'm not speaking about accountants. Only tax advisors can advise on a recommended tax system. And we have this service, and this is our hit. We have really a lot of people who use this service. We, for example, do this service online, face-to-face meetings. These are 30-minute slots. So we are overbooked as far as this service is concerned. The people who are starting their own businesses need kind of a sparring partner with whom they can discuss their business model. We also have such experts in our local centers, so that a future entrepreneur could challenge his project with an expert. For example, they are discussing it basing on the business model by Oswald. A business plan, a one-pager business plan, 9 elements, key elements. So an entrepreneur has time to analyze whether this business is going to work out. So this is our second hit, these consultations for entrepreneurs. And let me stress the fact that they are free of charge. So this is a huge part of city support for entrepreneurship. The third one is for companies who already exist on the market, but they need to get developed, to grow, to increase their income, and who are aware that they can get help, because there are some companies who don't want to change anything and they run their business as they used to do in the past. So we have support related to social media, marketing, sales. I recommend you our website, Integrator na Bielanach. Are there only citizens of Bielany who can use these services? No, we are part of the city system of support. We are located in Bielany. That's why the people who live in this district reach us. But we are open to entire Warsaw. We support all Warsaw entrepreneurs who want to run their activities and who pay their taxes in Warsaw and make us have money in our local government. And just let me finish. The third group are the companies that feel that thanks to technological transformation, they need to take a step further. So they're looking for help in this technological revolution. So recently we have introduced one thing, and this is a very interesting topic. Namely, we have introduced consultations and trainings regarding AI, how artificial intelligence can support small and medium enterprises. So the interest was enormous. We introduced face-to-face consultations where the entrepreneurs themselves had sessions face-to-face with AI experts, and they discuss how they use AI tools in order to develop their business.
These three groups are the response to your question. So development, transformation, marketing, technological transformation, and also the initial phase, navigating the very beginning of a business. This could be simplified. Paweł, you've already discussed the challenges encountered. You've talked about these customer development related challenges. So how to move away from the sphere of imagination and to move into reality, how to create a realistic concept in the acceleration area. You are also a project manager. You build businesses. Could you tell us what your gratitude assistance, your startup, what does it do? What challenges do you encounter as a beginner business person? At the Gratitude Assistant in my startup, we support elderly people in the loneliness crisis. As concerns the difficulties we encountered, it has already been said here that there is one important difficulty. Selecting the tax settlement method. What I see in my work on management is that there is a lot of concepts. We want to pursue a specific goal, but the initial phase is very important. When we want to receive specific funds, for example, from the EU, we have to meet certain eligibility criteria. For example, we have to be a foundation and not a commercial company. So it's important to consider that at the outset. It's important to discuss it with experts. What I see in the work of my team is that we do not know everything. Only by working together we can complete a project successfully. And I use the word project because, as has been said here already, some startups will fail. After 3 years, some businesses will go under. But whoever embarks on this journey will accrue experience that is invaluable, and they can start up a new business. When meeting with mentors, start-uppers discuss different startups that are non-existent because those people have already moved on to new projects. I think this initial experience is essential for business-like thinking. Okay, great. About failures. We've recently had a speaker who is developing a CRM system and application. He had 45 members of staff, a couple of millions in turnover, and when he went to the US for an acceleration project, he met different mentors and startups, but they all started by saying where they failed. This culture of failure is much more advanced in the US than here. It is also a basis for being perceived as credible by an investor, because the investor can see that you failed once, you've learned your lessons, you have a greater capacity for succeeding. How do you perceive this culture of failure in Poland? Is it okay? Are people afraid of starting up their own business? Or are people okay with trying and failing? In psychological terms, people can be divided into those very prone to taking risks, and these are attracted by business. In Poland, we rather hide our failures. It is not a reason to be proud of. And it is only budding, this culture of failure, these funeral or fuck-up nights. People are open. They say, I failed, but I've learned my lessons, and now I'm smarter. Next time, I will try not to repeat my mistakes. It's very valuable, but in Poland, we rather tend to cover up our failures. In this culture, it's important to say, I learned something from my failure. It's not about falling over, but about saying, why did I fall over and why won't I do it again? Let me refer to something that has been observed here. At homes, maybe, and at schools, we see something important. As the integrators, we reach out to schools and we try to promote a business-like approach. At schools, we say, let the kids create a prototype. Let them make mistakes. Let them fail utterly. What is important is to say, what failed? Why didn't your project work out? Why did the old corporation fail? Teachers, however, tend to say, I'll do it for them and it will be successful. But that is not the way about teaching children anything. You have to let them fall and fail. They have to draw their own conclusions. We're trying to change this mindset at the level of primary and secondary schools by our business basics lessons. I'm wondering about what you will add. I don't want everyone to be a business person. That is not our goal or intention. However, challenging oneself, attempting new things, gives us a feeling of empowerment. We can establish a startup, a business, a project. We fail, we can come back to working full-time. At that company, we can present ourselves better. And we have more experience, we can be more effective in our actions. We can also showcase ourselves as somebody not afraid of experimenting. For the owners of that company, for owners of such company, it's important to have some fun about it. It's not just about getting up in the morning and thinking, oh no, I have to work for another 10 hours. It's about a bit of fun and risk. Yes, it's interesting about the mindset about failure. We have a project for secondary school learners in the Wawr integrator. The city of Warsaw is investing heavily in local districts projects for supporting a business-like mindset. The students had some difficulties in presenting their ideas to a large audience. This is about teaching children that failure is okay. When children learn to walk, they fall 1,000 times, but then everyone applauds us falling as children. But when we grow up, when we move to secondary school, our failures are frowned upon. Therefore, there is a lot of room for improvement here. I'm hoping that people who are attempting to develop their own business are listening to us, people who are running their own companies or support programs. And they're thinking, I have an idea for a business. I'm thinking about the capacity for developing my company. So what should I focus on at the beginning? Where should I start? Where should I look for support? Is there any support available on the market? What would you say to those people? If I may start, then let me share what I always tell to our students in our case. They need to validate their ideas. They don't have to roll out into the market and establish a business. They should take a step-by-step approach. Send out a survey to your potential customers. Check if they will really use your product or service. Once you've validated your product or service, then move on to the next step. What I see now is that companies win by focusing on customer experience. Build a relationship with your customers. Maybe this will be a bit controversial. It's not difficult to acquire a customer, it's difficult to retain a customer. We need to keep a customer for a long time. And we need to build a relationship in order to keep that customer coming back. Those are the two basic things we say. Validate is the first thing, and really take care of your customer. Agata, maybe you could give us a more market perspective. Available programs, where can they look for support? Who can help conduct a validation? So where should they look for support? The great news is that apart from the existing incubators, accelerators, the market has a lot of offers of support. Municipal support systems are being created. The Bielany one was a first co-work system. Then other city districts decided they wanted to have such an entity of their own. And therefore it has become a success. We have 6,000 bookings for co-working spaces, 1,000 events. And I get the impression that we could double the number of consultations and we would still find people that are interested. About mentors, you have to ask mentors, experts about the business you want to establish. There's a lot of people that can help you work on the idea and develop it. About the money, well, the situation is more difficult here. Well, I don't have any difficulties here with money. There are municipal offices for the unemployed, and you get support. I think it's more than 30,000 Polish zlotys to start up your own business. EU funds work a bit differently. You need a track record, you need an innovative concept. And the whole system or ecosystem of support for tech startups is there. If you have a tech concept, there's a lot of business angels that you can contact at the very initial stage, or the friends, families, and fools source. That is those who provide money because they just believe in your concept. It's your friends, it's your family, and the fools. So at that stage, you can be looking to these sources for funding. And there's a joke that is often said at the startup stage. Somebody asked, where do I find the money for developing my business? I can't find anyone. Friends, family failed in the case of that person. And Mr. Radkowski, a famous startupper, said, from the client. So let's not forget that we can also obtain those financial resources from our potential customers. That's what we encourage to do, to think about how we can develop our business to acquire funding as fast as possible from the customer. That's the healthiest method of financing a business. The basic one, and a recommended one as well. And a quick overview here, because we're reaching our sum up. What do you think? To what extent does the market in Poland provide a wide range of support options for new businesses? I've been traveling the world. I've seen a lot of incubators, accelerators. It's great that we have the Bielany incubator, we have the municipal programs, but smaller cities do not have so many options outside of Warsaw, options are limited. In Poland, we have ESOS, Entrepreneurship Support Organization. They have between 100 and 100 members of staff, and they support startups and new businesses. How would you assess this sector of supporting businesses? Is the situation favorable? Is there room of improvement? Is there a one-stop shop for people who want to establish their own businesses? We're working on expanding the concept of local support centers in the vicinity, those that are nearby, supporting new businesses, startups. Can be anything, Crazy Air, an IT company. If we want to support business, we need to look at certain important elements that are being implemented quite fast in Poland. Of course, they're at the budding stage. But this is a favorable trait of the Polish market. You have a business support center very close to you, right around the corner. You can find inspiration there. You can contact experts. They can point you in the right direction, tell you to go to an accelerator. And about your question, what could become more professional? I don't know if you will agree. Well, the very highly specialized startup market, that's where we have limited funding. Some people say we have a limited number of valuable concepts. Well, Poland is still lagging behind in the startup rankings. We're not at the level of Estonia, which is a much smaller company. We should have a much larger stock of tech startups. Therefore, making this service more professional is important. For some reason, these concepts get stuck at some point, or there are errors being made. We should draw conclusions, and as a tech startup support ecosystem, we should learn from that. At the same time, we should be happy about this expanded, organic, local support for businesses. This is what we should focus on, because if those entrepreneurs fail, get up again, start again, they will become a so-called serial business person, and at some point they will have an ingenious breakthrough. I was wondering to what extent this startup and business culture is very recent. We are a post-communist society in Poland. Now we have the first generation, the children of those who in the 90s have opened their own businesses. They're entering the market now. We have the first startups of a couple of million turnover in dollars, or a couple of hundreds of millions of dollars in turnover in Poland. And they could compete with international startups. I'm wondering to what extent can the mindset change things among the young generation, among current students. I see that for them, sky's the limit. They're looking at opportunity. Language is no barrier. The place of residence is no limitation. What's your perspective, Paweł? Can you see a change in the mindsets as concerns opportunities and expanding one's own business? I can agree that the generational change which has occurred has ushered in a lot of change. Coming back to the technological aspects, we often have technology at R&D centers, at universities, in many different research and development facilities. Maybe we should consider looking at those experts in those centers and establishing cooperation with them. That's what we might be missing. We have a concept for an innovation, but we can't convert it into a real product. You've talked about our post-communist society. I don't know if the trust level is lagging behind due to this fact. In order to establish a business, you need associates. We've been talking about these concepts being put on the back burner at universities because every researcher or university member of staff is thinking about themselves, not about corporation. There is a very low level of trust, one of the lowest. We have 19% of trust in Poland. So how can we create a business? How can we work with anyone if we are assuming from the very start that they will commit fraud towards us, that we're thinking that those people are only intriguing about our back to steal from us? This is a very important barrier in terms of trust. And this should be worked upon already at the stage of schools. We are nearing the end of our discussion. We have about 5 minutes to go. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, do you have a question? You can raise your hand if you would like to take the floor. If there's a question from the audience, then you can ask it in a moment. And if not, I will fill the remaining time by asking questions to our speakers. Another issue: is this the right time to develop one's own business? When looking at the market situation, we're talking about a crisis. Inflation is soaring. The war has broken up. We have disrupted supply chains. What's your perspective? Is this the right time for developing one's own business? I think no time will be optimal. A crisis can emerge irrespectively of what we plan. Colloquially, we have to take matters into our own hands. If we fail, then we fail, and if we succeed, that's great. It's also important to reach out, to consult, to contact EU fund management centers, find out what the eligibility criteria are, or contact the Bielański integrator. I think that macro trends are one thing. But if we have a concept and we are convinced it will be successful, then let's do an analysis of our competition. I'm sure you've met with many startups that say we have no competition, our product is unique. And they have simply not done their homework. They have not done the research. If we have a concept which is likely to succeed, it's likely to prevail despite our competition. If we have a concept of how we can win and survive in the market, then let's take action. There is a broad support system. Let's look for support. That will be a lesson that is valuable in itself. I wouldn't wait for the crisis to end to start my own business. We know that the biggest companies, the biggest tech companies in the US, so for example, Airbnb, Uber, were established during the previous crisis in about 2008. Now, the pandemic has accelerated the digitization of all businesses, of websites, online, of virtual services. We also have a lot of development in CSR. We have some elements which are accelerating the development of the business. Some are putting a brake on the development of business. But we have areas where we have millions being prepared for the development of businesses. We have the financial perspective. We have 4 years for developing our companies. Are there any questions from the audience to our speakers? I'd like to take the opportunity to invite you to visit our stand. Our stand is right behind the elevators. I was talking about shaping business-like mindsets at the level of primary schools. Bielany have introduced the STEAM approach. It shapes business mindsets. It teaches teachers and then students about prototyping. It teaches how to work in a group to create something new. It uses the project method, and it also implements the core curriculum. It's not about learning physics, mathematics, and so on separately, but kids create a prototype which requires using knowledge from all of these subjects. And at the same time, they learn how to design, how to perform some engineering work. This teaches skills that is required in all walks of professional life. When we work full-time or are an expert in an engineering team. I think that the STEAM approach is the best response to the current situation. Pavel, would you like to add anything to sum up? I think that we've exhausted this subject. I would like to thank for the opportunity to partake in this conversation, and I would like to thank the audience for their attention. Let me attempt a short sum up. It's a good time for developing one's business, so we have a lot of Polish and international support. Looking at the last 5-10 years, we have some great startups in Poland that are scaling up beyond the borders of Poland. They are developing their businesses, among others, in the US, and they really sometimes are even take the lead in certain areas. They have specialist know-how in many areas. Altman, when he visited Poland and discussed open AI at the Warsaw Technical University, said we have the best developers in Poland, and asked how are we succeeding in this. And there's something to it. We have some great capital in Polish. We have the European Green Perspective. Many programs have already been initiated for innovation and for startups. This is the time to make use of those programs. This is the time to use this financial perspective. The startup area in Poland is very open. You can use LinkedIn or Facebook to reach out to startuppers who will give you some advice, who will point you in the right direction. Recently, an IT startup was established, and its owner said he didn't know it was so easy to enter this area. He has a turnover of tens of millions of dollars at the moment. You can approach someone at a conference. You can simply Google this information. We have a lot of information about low-interest loans, as in the Mazovian Regional Loan Fund. We can acquire funding in quite an easy way. And now there's a bit of a standstill, but starting from the beginning of the next year, everything will pick up again. It's important to support businesses and startups. We have to stop talking about potential. We have to start using this potential. We have to just do it and start businesses. Thank you for participating in this discussion. We wish you good luck, and thank you. Thank you. Our participants have certainly earned this applause. Let me thank on their behalf Mr. Adrian Likoń, the president of the Startup Poland company. And we've had Agata Bona, manager of the Bielański Entrepreneurial Integrator, and Mr. Paweł Gudro, project manager at the incubator of the University of Warsaw, as our speakers. An important piece of information that we need to pass on to you after this meeting. The debate is already over. We've discussed startups. All those who are interested in establishing their own business or have such a concept in their head can ask experts in this area at the stand of the incubator of the University of Warsaw stand, and also you can visit the stand of the Bielański Integrator. In the foyer, we have an informational stand of the European Union funds. You can visit that as well. Thank you so much, and we encourage you to participate in the upcoming discussions of the 13th Mazovian Development Forum. You can leave the stage now, ladies and gentlemen, and you can go in any direction you want now. and there's a lot of directions to pursue at this forum. At 1:30 p.m., in just under 6 minutes, on this stage, the offstage of the Mazovian Development Forum, we will have another debate, Trends in Promotion, how to use the potential of marketing campaigns and social media. And on the other scene, in just a couple of moments, we will be discussing sustainable economy or innovation without borders. Is there a golden mean in business? Please join us. Please participate actively in both discussions. Let me remind you that over the 2 days of this event, we have an innovative networking and exhibition space. We have more than 50 partners who are waiting for you. And please visit the space of the Mazovian unit for the implementation of EU programs, and also please play the game Tropes in Europe, which we mentioned a couple of times today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's break for 5 minutes and let's come back to the 5th debate of the first day of the 13th Mazovian Regional Development Forum. Thank you.
Kłaniam się wszystkim
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to everyone for arriving here to our off-top stage at the 13th Mazovia Development Forum. We are going to start the last but very important debate on a very contemporary topic. Namely, we will be discussing social media. And we will check what the young people are looking for in the social media, how they use the potential of marketing campaigns, and what kind of content attracts their attention. I would like to say that the debate is female, because these will be ladies who will be ruling this debate. I have a great pleasure to invite Madam Paulina Łukaszyk, who will lead the discussion how to use the potential of marketing campaigns in social media. Hello. The floor is yours. And I would also like to introduce Madam Karolina Wierzba, the representative of the Student Club of Marketing in the Warsaw School of Economics. Hello. Thank you for applause. I'm changing my position on stage because I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Madam Maria Kadłuszko, the specialist for the media, social media from the Warsaw Film School, and Madam Klaudia Dudkiewicz, the president of Communication and External Cooperation at the Warsaw School of Technology. So I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Hello. I have the best panel to host because the topic is very interesting. The trends are female trends in promotion, but comparing to the men, to males who were taking part in previous debates, I'm very happy that now the floor is ours. I have a great pleasure to host three fantastic women who represent different areas of promotion, marketing, and social media activities, both from the perspective of a scientific club, self-governance, and the promotion office, marketing office. We will be calling each other by our names. That's what we've agreed. And now I would like to ask you, each of you, to introduce briefly what perspective you will be discussing promotion from. And then we'll discuss media, social media and campaigns. Okay. I'll start. As I'm sitting next to you, I will be talking about promotion from the perspective of Warsaw School of Economics Marketing Club. Hello, thanks for inviting me. I've already graduated from Warsaw School of Economics. But I will be talking about Warsaw Film School, where I am specialist of social media, and I coordinate also a movie competition that is organized by the Warsaw Film School. And I will share my views from the perspective of student government of the Warsaw University of Technology. Well, it's technical, but it will be marketing. Okay, and I will try to listen. Okay, promotion. Maybe this is not a very fortunate word that embraces all the activities in the social media, in online campaigns. What's promotion for you? How do you perceive promotion today? Promotion of your self-government, of your brands. I will start. In Warsaw School Film, we want to say both to our students, or for example potential students, who we are in our communication, about our values, so that the communication shares the content representing what's important for us with already mentioned before that this authenticity is very important, and we are trying to be sincere as much as possible. And the third pillar is the creation of community. This is a complex, educational complex, because we have high school, we have a university, we have programs, and we are also producing movies, cooperating with our students who are young artists and who are learning this profession. And we want us all to create a community that is listening to each other, learning from each other, and can share these values furthermore worldwide. So this was the definition of promotion without using the word to promote. For me, most of all, this is cooperation, because the social media profile is not only the person who's creating it, but also people engaged in it. In my case, a student marketing scientific club, all the posts, all the reels need to be followed by many likes, many comments, a lot of engagement. And thanks to this, this post has upper position by algorithms, is pumped up. So our colleagues from our scientific club help us promote it. And we are, from our perspective, we represent all the students, so we not only inform them about our activities, but we also build relationship and civil awareness, this active and passive democracy. We as self-government, we are the voice of our students. They elect us, we represent them. So we are showing them not only what we do, but what's valuable. And we are trying to publish as much as possible so our voice is heard at the university. So, to sum up, promotion is building community engagement, values, added values, quality content, and correct results, because we are all focused on the result too. Okay, and when we are looking at trends, at what's changing, what's going on in this promotion, at its broad definition, what kind of tendencies, from your perspective, are the leading ones now? What will be present next year? In 2024, what will promotion mean? Authenticity, first of all. It is important not to promote ourselves in a perfect way, but to show this real personality of brand, of organization, of the person that is being promoted. Of course, the video will be ruling. So, for example, reels in social media profiles, because algorithm is popping it up automatically, and people losing their capability to focus on something. That's why they want videos. We don't write long posts, we just short ones. And we create reels because they can be shared very quickly and they are very interesting for the recipients. Well, video, this means Maria and Warsaw Film School. Yes, of course, this is a very important topic to us. As far as tendencies are concerned, I must agree with Karolina, but I would also like to add that we are living in a world where it's hard sometimes. And thanks to social media, we can witness some events worldwide that are not very nice, and we are aware of it. That's why this social media has to give us leisure on one hand, so that we can relax, but on the other, it's important for us not to omit these important topics, but to address them and not to, cheat that they don't exist. Of course, it's difficult, but we have a lot of students, and each of our students has a lot of interesting ideas, so we will address all these areas. So, nevertheless, the content is more funny or more serious. This is the quality that is ruling, right? Yes, definitely. we also have various discussions with our students. I participate in them too. For example, what kind of formats we should use? Should we follow trends? It's important. It's to recognize which trends will stay with us and which not. So which should be omitted. And we also need to keep in mind that it should be adjusted to our reality. What will 2024 look like in the Warsaw University of Technology? It will be multi-channel. We will not have only one medium. We will need to, operate on Facebook, on LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram. I think that next year we will have to transmit the same content using different channels, adapted to each of them, so that some students, for example, basing on my student, uses Facebook only, but other students prefer Instagram instead of Facebook. So the content prepared by us need to be adjusted to each media, but prepared in a different way so that it is popped up by algorithms. Because the text that has a lot of range on Facebook wouldn't be so successful in Instagram. Well, looks like marketing departments will be busy next year. Tell me, what do young people look for in social media? What's the easiest answer to the question what the youngsters like to click? Of course, except for the fact that this substantial and leisure content is appreciated. What social media are important, are attractive for the young people? And by young people, I mean students. If I was to answer in only one question, I would say everything. I think that we are following the path. Also, studies show that the young people, instead of entering certain phrases in Google, they put it in Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. So I think that we should follow this direction. We should transmit different content, not only the content that is important, for example, but also that gives us leisure, because sometimes students after their classes want to relax, want to laugh, especially now in autumn when it's getting gloomy outside. So I think that the students will be looking for relaxation, positive energy. So Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, I think Instagram, TikTok, these will be these media. Well, I think that nowadays this is the TikTok that is emerging, as Claudia has mentioned. The young people are often looking for things not in Google but in TikTok. For example, what to cook for lunch, because there are movies, short videos, it's interactive, it engages us because there's some music, it's quick, it's interesting. So let me come back to this authenticity. I believe that we used to have such a motto that we are living in perfect times, and now I think that we are abandoning this idea. At least I've observed the trend that more and more people share what they didn't manage to do in 2024. For example, 2023. So not what I've succeeded in, but what I failed in. So people now want authenticity, want sincerity, and they will be looking for it. It's important not to say something too perfect, but to leave it. For example, brand can show the history of their employees, who will be directly saying how their work look like, what they do in their work. So it will be an authentic, a real story that might involve a young person. And in which channels? Now it's not Twitter, it's X, yes. Well, I think Twitter is a more political tool, but I guess that this is Instagram first of all. It has the biggest number of users. The Facebook is rather just messenger, a chat tool. We are abandoning it and we are moving into Instagram because we can publish video and posts and contents there. So I guess Instagram. Do you all have accounts in Instagram? You are nodding. Okay. So welcome to the youngsters world. Okay, how about the movie perspective? What social media are for the young and what they are looking there? Well, I will start from the end. We use Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and of course Instagram, and we are also starting our journey in LinkedIn. And broadening of these areas where we can reach the people is answer to your question, because young people are looking for engagement. In order to get engaged, they need to see this engagement outside. And this is all linked by this authenticity, this big word. But I really think that this is the point. As Carolina said, it's important to look into ourselves, inside ourselves, and look for the questions that our follower might ask, and to give him or her this answer, because me myself as consumer uses all these social media, and as my colleague said, I almost don't use Google. I use Instagram, TikTok, because these are places, these are areas where we can find valuable things, and it's important not to demonize these apps, because I've seen that maybe some people who are older than us say that TikTok is a bad thing, an evil one. I do believe there is an evil part of TikTok, I won't argue. However, I think we should be looking for valuable things in these applications, because there is valuable content that helps people in many areas of their lives. I must say, I feel inspired because I've never tried to find any information in TikTok how to do something. I was only Googling it, but after today's discussion, I will do it. I'm very interested about the results. Yes, but the videos, the real content and authenticity also goes in line with the results of one of the studies. I don't remember the sources. If somebody is interested in, I will give you later on this data. The result is that 58% of of the person tested got interested and involved about the product after watching the reel of this product on Insta story. It's really a lot. Yes, it's very important that their brand exists on Instagram. What's in common between these platforms is that very big company like Dior can appear, but also a small local company with handmade cosmetics. They have the same space in social media. So the Dior can appear next to the advertisement, of a very small local company. And this perspective is great, that the advertisements appear on these profiles. And so that's why we need to be visible there, because in a very quick and easy way we can reach a big number of consumers, and comparing to other marketing activities, it's cheap. So regardless of the size of our brand, we will get a click. Okay, coming back to stories themselves, I think this is a characteristic of we need now, because this is a very short form that stays with us for 24 hours. So it makes us be even more authentic. So we grab our smartphone, we record a video, and we publish it. Especially for these small brands, they are able to share their values, their opinions on some topics in this way. They are specialists in certain areas, they can share their knowledge this way. I think that now we are able to promote the people who have huge knowledge, and thanks to their activities they can share their knowledge, not only share the product but share the know-how, and it's also of great value. It's important to be aware of people who talk a lot but don't have too much knowledge, but it's inevitable.
That's another source of inspiration for me. I've been using these platforms for posting pictures, perhaps with some music. Maybe I will muster up the courage to say something on those platforms. Maybe I will post a recording, stories of myself on Instagram. Do you create such stories? Now that's impressive. I can always see nodding heads in the audience. Right, we've talked about authenticity, about being authentic. So please, ladies, if you could share your successes and failures in social media, in promotional activities, in marketing campaigns centered around your brands or universities or your personal brands. Could you give us a glimpse of authenticity? Could you give us best practices and something that was a valuable lesson learned? Let me start. We operate at the Warsaw Technical University. We have almost 25,000 students. That's a very large scale. It's difficult to reach out to every single individual student. That's food for thought, that in order to reach out to such a large group, you need to start promotional activities earlier on, in advance of our events. We want to conduct a lot of events. We want them to be interesting. We often forget about the promotional aspect, about attracting participants, making sure that they participate and make use of our services. We need to start promotional activities well in advance. We need to create a plan for our promotional activities and build a strategy for reaching potential participants. Sometimes we fail in this aspect, but we try to improve ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Well, this is not characteristic of just one university. I represent the Koźmiński University. We're coping with the very same challenge. The turnout is often a failure. Sometimes we do not have enough time for promotional activities, or the message was not targeted at young people. So just as you've said, we have some failures in reaching out. And what is your flagship project that you are proud of, that your team is proud of? Definitely the Juvenalia. This year, we also held another edition of that, Varsonalia. This was a great event. We succeeded in attracting between 15 to 20,000 participants on a single day. Those are not just university students, but residents of Warsaw and the areas surrounding Warsaw. We therefore can promote integration not just between students, but with also other people, and we show others that students are capable of enjoying such events in a cultural and orderly manner. Every year our results are improving. Feel invited to the next edition of these events. Communicating such pleasant initiatives, like you mentioned, Juvenalia, the university events, really attract a lot of people. A lot of people click on them. I think they are held in June. No, they are held in May. So let's meet in May. Maria, if you could take the floor. Yes, and I can extend an invitation as well. I want to discuss the Script Fiesta Film Festival. It is held in April. It will be held in April of the next year at Electronic Cinema, which is right next to our film school. I'm discussing this film festival because this is a bit of a failure and a bit of a success. 2 years ago, when we promoted this festival, we encountered a difficulty in activating our students to participate in the film festival. I work on this project, so maybe I'm not that reliable a source of information, but I think the festival is fantastic. We have guests from the film industry. We attract people from Poland and from abroad. And this is interesting to students, especially to film students. not just film students in Warsaw, but from all film schools across Poland. We found it difficult to engage students in all of our panels. This year, we had the 11th edition in late March, early April. We changed our communication and we succeeded in this. We banked on openness. We showed that this event is for you, for the students. We also screened the films made by the film students. One of the lecturers had this idea that all the 2-minute videos, all these projects will open the panels. And that's a great idea to engage students in the film school events by showcasing their work. And on our Instagram stories, we asked a lot of questions. We had a lot of live stories. We also invited our artistic director, who is also an artistic journalist, to participate. We try to expand our activities so that the students want to participate and also participate in other film festivals in Poland and abroad. The challenge of engaging participants, but now, look, ladies and gentlemen, I've made sure that you receive one more invitation to the Juvenalia of the Technical University and the Film Festival. And we will be hosting a fashion event. We don't have the exact date, but it will take place this year in December. We also had a problem with turnout. These were caused by the pandemic. We have so many developments in the world, and it's difficult to compete also against other events. What did we do to overcome this hindrance? We came up with a great cooperation, influencers, and also people who come to the conference and help us promote them. Of course, their values must be aligned with our assumptions, our values, our objectives, and the whole image of an event. Those people promote our events in their social media and their platforms, and they invite their fans, their friends. This really worked out well for us recently. What is also important is to analyze the data. If someone has a social media profile, it's really great to look into the analytics for each specific content, which content attracted followers, or which worked out worse. Everything can be checked. Interactivity is another important thing. This caters for some great opportunities. We can create surveys, ask questions of all types, encourage participants by posting competitions. We can ask participants to share, to like our content about such events as our fashion event. These activities help us achieve a high turnout. I would certainly add cooperation. At my university at Koźmiński, this helps us achieve our goals. It improves our campaigns, the range of our campaigns and cooperation. When I was preparing for this panel, I already made the decision with whom we will be cooperating in the future. I made an agreement here, so I'm happy about that. We're coming to the end of this session. So in terms of a sum up, let us design the perfect campaign aimed at young people. I would like to hear 3 tools, 3 elements, 3 aspects from each of you. What is most important that we should take into account when designing an educational, let's say, campaign targeted at young people? Claudia, if you could start. I think that we need to start with designing a whole plan of reaching our target group, not focusing on the platform itself. Maybe we should work with printouts, with paper materials. Let's say the young people move around corridors or a building and they simply see a poster. At our university, different type of stickers are popular among our students. The stickers that they place on their laptops or in very different places on the doors of their rooms, and they treat them as important, valuable souvenirs. We shouldn't plan only for social media. We should also plan for printed materials, banners, posters, the stickers I mentioned, and distribute them in cities. I called such a campaign a hybrid campaign in my notes, so using different channels of communication. Maria, what would you add? Authenticity. This has already been mentioned. It is key, certainly. And what is connected with authenticity is openness, listening, hearing out the needs of a specific group, finding the most important elements and adjusting them to our activity. And based on that, finding a way to respond to those needs. Listening to our target group, not being limited to one channel, planning, using many different formats, not just the media, using images, photographs, but also videos. Let us not limit ourselves to a single format, and creating a brand persona. That is creating an individual user that we are looking for, that we want to interest in our campaign. And taking some time to adopting the perspective of that person and thinking about their expectations, their needs, and thinking of how to respond to those needs. Let me look to the audience. Do I see nods? Are you inspired? Great, then we have done well. Thank you. For me, this was a great meeting. A big thank you to all of you ladies. We would also like to thank you ladies. This was a very pleasant meeting for us. Let's just look around. This discussion had the greatest turnout, let me say that on behalf of the organizers, the greatest turnout on the offstage, a very informative discussion. So let me once again list our participants. Paulina Łukaszuk, Communication Director and Spokesperson of the Kazimiński University, who hosted our discussion. We had Karolina Wierzba, representative of the Student Marketing Scientific Club of the Warsaw School of Economics, and Maria Kadłuczko of the Warsaw Film School Communication Expert, and Klaudia Dudkiewicz, Chair of the Promotion and External Cooperation Committee of the Student Government of the Warsaw University of Technology. And we had the greatest host, that was Mr. Aleksander Sikora. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to an end of the events on the offstage, but this is only the first day. Today we will kick off day 2 of our event, and our offstage will be brimming with the knowledge and experience of the speakers that we have invited. I'm looking at the time now, and therefore I would like to invite you to join us at the main stage. Those who are joining us online, please stay with us. In just under 5 minutes, on the main stage, we will find out who won the competition titled European Funds Change Leader 2023. We will start at 2 p.m. sharp. Tomorrow we will start the second day of the 13th Mazovia Development Forum. This is not the last you've heard from us. We will continue tomorrow, and I am heading for the main stage. Thank you for joining us at the offstage.